going to be modding this 32X to add S-Video. So we'll be probably drilling out one of these, like a hole in one of these guys here to let this guy stick through, or be accessible, I should say. Which actually, I don't think I have my... aw, thank you for the head pats on Scuff. I noticed he's a little in the way. I may need to move him over. I'll do it later. Sound effects are at a good level. Excellent. So anyways, so we're gonna add S-Video to this guy. Now the 32X does do RGB native. You just need a SCART cable. So a lot of people are always like, why do you always do S-Video? I have a lot of consoles and they're all hooked up to a switching matrix, so it makes it a lot easier for me to stream them. Also, my CRTs don't accept SCART because they're all American TVs, so I'd have to mod in SCART to them, and I'm just not... I'd have to do several things. I'd have to, 1, mod my TVs to accept SCART. 2, I'd have to replace all my existing AV infrastructure with SCART-based infrastructure. And then, I mean, that's just, there's two reasons. So I have a lot of S-Video equipment, really nice S-Video equipment, so I just use S-Video for everything. And I think it looks great. Yeah, it is a major undertaking because SCART is also a ginormous connector. I don't know if I have one nearby. No, I don't have one nearby. Although I do have a bunch of SCART cables. And when I play these retro consoles on my free time, especially when I'm playing them like in my living room with my not on a CRT, I'll hook up. You know, I have really nice SCART cables that I use. You know, because it's just like I have a RetroTink 5X in the living room, and I just plug in the RGB SCART cable to that, and then plug it into whatever console I'm using, and we're good to go. It's really easy. It's not a pain. But when we've got like, I think I have 9 consoles all hooked up at the same time. Actually, no, I only have 8. I have 8. You know, when you have 8 consoles all hooked up at the same time, going to multiple video sources, it's way easier to deal with S-Video, especially in the United States. Because also, if I want to get the SCART hardware, most of the companies that make SCART switchers like that are in the UK, and importing things kind of stinks. Twinfinny DIY, welcome in. Hello, how are you? Thanks for stopping in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. So, enough blabbing about S-Video. Also, Twinfinny DIY, based on your name, I assume you do DI and the Y. What do you DIY? If you don't mind me asking. What eyes do you Y? So, this little guy is part of what else we're doing today. This is a USB power delivery decoy board. Oh, there's another name for them too. Trigger board. And this actually supports multiple voltage outputs, 5, 9, 12, 15, 20. And you can set it manually or use this little switch to switch between them. I got this one because I wasn't sure. I have another one. I bought two kinds. And this one's actually kind of neat. It comes with a little cover, little plastic shell, which is kind of nice. But these little trigger boards, I like this one because it's smaller, so it's going to be easier to fit inside here. This one's much bigger, and it won't fit where I want it to. Like if I just swapped this in right there, it'd be too long. Whereas this one's short enough it could just slip right in. But this one has connections to hook up a USB out, so it can output USB, whatever voltage out a USB cable. And I was thinking maybe if I had, I could wire up this output to another USB port here, like on the side, and then chain them together so I could power the Sega CD off of this one port here. Just have one cable go in here, one cable go into a little port, and another cable going down to the Sega CD. Maybe, but I don't know how much of that I want to do. I'll have to play around with it. But I think for what we're doing, and I'm gonna stick this guy in this one because it is a zipper. This static free bag. So I had to cut open the other one. But I think for this one, I think we're gonna use this for the 32X for sure. And so what this is gonna do is it's gonna let us use USB-C to power our 32X instead of the giant brick it came with. This monster. Also, this thing's kind of going bad. I noticed it's outputting 13 volts when it's supposed to only be outputting 10 volts. So that's not great. So I don't really trust it. I also tested this out with 7.5 volt output, a little multi-power supply that can do different voltages, and I tried 7.5 volts. This thing ran great at 7, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this to 9 volts, plug this, put this in here, and then we'll use it as a 9 volt supply. Now, I think that's also safe to do that because from what I've read about the 32X, the Genesis, and the Sega CD, is they technically run off 9 volts, but all their chargers were 10 volts. So they say its power is from 9 to 10 volts. This one's a smaller one I got. This is for the Sega CD. This is a modern one that does the 10 volts output. And actually, this is only 9 volts. And this is the same one that I use off of my my Sega Genesis. I have the exact same one on my regular Sega Genesis, and it runs great with the 9 volts. So I'm pretty sure this runs 9 volts. These will do 9 volts. I think it'll work out great. As I knock stuff off my desk. I make 3D models out of animated things I find cool and try to see if they work in real life. So for instance, if there is a robot on an anime I want to 3D model, I 3D model it, make prototypes. Oh, neato. AC adapters do that. They usually deliver practically no current when the voltage drops like that. Interesting. Right now, I'm kind of scared to learn a new program. Oh, what program are you trying to learn? Also, on the table, speaking of the Sega CD, we also have our chunky Sega CD boy. We're going to replace its power with one of these modules as well. So, yeah, we're going to do 3 things tonight. 2 USB-C mods and an S-Video mod. So I think we've got a lot of fun in store. Let's get our tools. Get this guy. I'm pretty sure it's all Phillips for everything. Now, a little heads up, I already opened up the 32X just to check everything, make sure I had the compatible models and everything I thought would fit. So this isn't my first time opening it, but it will be our first time actually making modifications to it. FreeCAD. Neat. I've never used FreeCAD. I've used, what was it, KiCad? Once. Dabbled in it a little bit. that was pretty fun. But I've never actually used a legit 3D design program. Because KiCad's for circuit boards. Right? That's KiCad, right? The circuit board designer. I could actually be completely off the mark there. I'm misremembering. All right, here's the inside of our 32X. Let's get this RF shield out of here. Oh, yeah, we did. Oh, I'm so sorry. I treat everyone like a first-time chatter when I'm on stream. I'm so sorry. It's so much easier when I can see people's avatars and things. It's really takes a lot to for my silly brain to like remember people just based on names alone. I mean, I refer to Archivist as the archaeologist a couple of times on stream, like a dope. I'm sure he loved that. I'm a little bit of a goober. I remember for the longest time, I had met Archivist once in a, what was it, Duck Duck Goose game, and when I would talk about him, I would be like, "Oh, that cool dude who played Duck Duck Goose with us that one time." Like, you mean Archivist? I'm like, yeah, that one. Gosh, I'm really bad. All right. I was just about to say I need to get up to speed with FreeCAD and 3D printing. I tinkered with it for a few years back, and at least it seemed easier than AutoCAD. If I had the equipment, I would learn to do it, or at least the opportunity. Oh, to learn AutoCAD? Yeah, AutoCAD needs like a whole bunch of extra equipment and stuff, right? Like like you need like special tablets and stuff to use AutoCAD. Or am I thinking of something else? Well, anyways, chat. Here we go. So, just to give you a heads up on what we're going to be working on. So this guy right here, this chip labeled Sega 315-5788. This is the video chip that we're going to be modifying. Let me get y'all a little closer. So, it's actually a pretty simple mod. We're going to steal power 5 volt from one of these capacitors. We're going to, there is a 0 ohm resistor right here. We're just going to pop that off. We're just going to desolder it. I might, yeah, just totally remove it. And then this, inside of this capacitor here, closer to the chip, we can just solder a wire to it. And that's the whole mod, basically. Or that's all the wires we need for the mod. And then we can just solder our parts to this, right? And then we can run our outputs to here, where I'm going to put this metal side down, and we'll just remove some of this solder mask, and we will just solder the sides of this casing straight to the board to give it some rigidity, since I could drill holes in the board because it is just a two-sided board, and I'm pretty sure it's just the ground plane on both sides. But then I'd have to make big enough holes for all the pinouts to go through, and I don't know. I don't want to deal with that. I'd rather just have it like that and solder them to the top. And we're gonna have to clip this piece of RF shield off too. So that's what we're gonna be doing for the S-Video mod. Pretty quick, simple mod. For our power mod, we're gonna have to take the whole board out to get to the other side of this barrel plug. Let's see, can that fit in there? Oh yeah, that barely fits. We're gonna have to kind of, let's see. Oh, that is a very tight fit. I mean to get a Sega Genesis cartridge and plop it on here to see what the clearance is. Actually, I'm gonna do that. Hold just real tight second, chat. So if this little plastic casing doesn't work out, actually this might be metal too. Actually, I think this is metal. We might not want to use this. So my other plan was to shrink wrap this. So just put one of those big heat shrink tubes over it and heat shrink it. And then hot glue it down to the board. But yeah, let's plug in a cartridge. Oh, there's a ton of clearance between the cartridge and the board. Yeah, there's a ton. Yeah, so we'll definitely be able to fit the board in here. Yeah, is this conductive? I need to find out. Oh, actually, I never finished saying that 0 ohm resistor. When we take it off, we're gonna take a wire to it, because that's where our Luma's gonna come from. Is that pin, that pad, so we can reuse that pad the 0 ohm resistor's on, and then we'll connect our chroma to this capacitor over here. Oh yeah, this is conductive. We can't use that. Actually, that's a... If this thing is conductive, it's gonna rub against... It's gonna short itself out. What? What a silly idea. Like, who did that? Who came up with that? That was a terrible idea. Okay. Before we start tearing it down any further, I want to do something else. Oh, you would love to learn how to mod and fix PS1, Xboxes, etc. Yeah, I mean, I picked up this broken, or not broken, I should say the Sega CD was broken. I picked it up for $55, busted, and never worked on one before. We took it apart on stream. Luckily, one of our chatters gave us a couple really handy tips, and we got it working. So, you know, there's deals out there. You just gotta keep your eyes peeled and be willing to get your hands a little dirty. I mean, a lot, unfortunately, broken system prices have gone way up. My local game store used to sell broken systems for $25. Now they've upped it to $50. Like for everything, like a broken NES for $50. I'm like, I'm not gonna buy a broken NES for $50. Like, come on. Anyways, before we go any further with this, I need to mark the polarity and make sure I am gonna hook things up correctly, because I want to make sure I don't get the polarity wrong and fry something. Now this should be going into a voltage regulator, which should prevent me from blowing anything up if I do reverse the polarity, but I've read online that many people have blown up their systems. So we're going to take the official adapter, which is outputting DC power, so I'm not super afraid of it. Still wouldn't feel very nice to get shocked by it, but I'll plug it in. We're going to poke around. I want to see what our voltages are. Put on voltage DC. And let's see, we got, just stick this in ground. And this should be ground too, I assume. Yep. Ground over here. Yep. And is the middle back here the voltage? Yep. Look at that. 12.88 volts. So when we do our mod, we need to make sure that the output for the voltage goes to the middle pin, and we hook up the ground to the outer pins. Now with the Sega CD, it's going to be flipped. The inner one's going to be our ground, and the outer, I think, are going to be our voltage pins, positive voltage. So just want to make sure we get that down before we move forward. By the way, chat, don't forget, coming up on Thursday is our 2-year stream anniversary. I'm so excited. Wrong button. Still gotta get used to having how this electric screwdriver works. Sweet. Let's see, is that all we have to do to get the rest of the board out? No, of course it wouldn't be. Oh, or maybe it is. No, I think I was being a little too optimistic. Let's see. Take this one. It's right there. What are these guys holding in place? I want to say that this is holding the cartridge slot in place, including these two. Is this held in by anything? Did that undo? I guess I could just take out every single visible screw until I find the ones that are holding stuff down. That's one way to do it, right? Just take out screws until you find what you need. And then put the others back. Poking in between video editing tasks, but hope you've been well. Hello, Archivist. Was just talking about you. Your ears must have been burning. Need to learn how to code in Arduino. A good way to get started with Arduino is just to use other people's code. Just to start with. Alright, well that got the main case off, which... cool. That's not exactly what I was going for, but... that gets us access to what we needed. Which is, these here, because we're going to need to desolder and get that out of there. But yeah, the modding goes good. We're it's smooth sailing so far. Haven't hit any roadblocks yet. Keep our fingers crossed it doesn't happen. Gonna try to stay hydrated. It's really hot in here where I'm working, especially all the lights and stuff. Plus, I'm like right on the edge of feeling like better. Let me use your code. I don't listen. I don't code an Arduino either. I take other people's Arduino code and modify it to, you know, do what I want, and even then, it's very minuscule modding. I know how to code in C# and I know a little Python, but I mostly script with like PowerShell and stuff. I don't really do much actual development. I just dabble in things that help me automate stuff at my job. Let's get the Hako out. One thing we've learned about the Hako is you gotta... I've been... Basically, every time I'm done using it, I run this up and down the barrel to make sure it doesn't... any solder that's in there gets pushed out of the way. It doesn't clog up the end like we've run into in the past. Oh, excuse me. Some of my tools out of the way of the Hako. While that heats up, let's... I smell burning for a second there. I wonder if I got plastic on the end of this. No. Huh. That was worrying. We'll have to keep an eye out. Hopefully we don't burn the studio down. I think what we can do is, while we're waiting for this to heat up, let's add some leaded solder to these pads, just to make it easier on us and our Hako. He died modding what he needed. Oh, let's hope not. I want to make it to my stream anniversary. 2 years of streaming, by the way, everybody. That's kind of amazing. I'm kind of flabbergasted we've made it 2 whole years. So in case you're wondering, this is like your first time seeing any work like this, the reason we're adding more solder to a part we're about to take solder away from is when we add leaded solder to unleaded solder, what that mixture does is it lowers the melting point of the solder, which makes it easier to remove. Our cartridges don't end up messing it up. All right. Hey, it's Evertide. Welcome in. All right. Let's... Oh, the pins are a little too big for our Hako. Hopefully the suction action and the fact we add leaded solder carries the day. Might. ahead and, like I said, make sure that doesn't get clogged. Tin the tip up so it stays nice and oxygen free. Turn it off. Up to the side here. And let's see how we did. Is that gonna just come off? Or are we gonna need to come at it with braid? Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have to come at it with braid. I was afraid of that. So the other thing we can do for removing solder is using solder wick. So what these little braids of copper do is they have a lot of surface area, and of course they're copper, so they conduct heat really well. And what that'll do is the solder will want to stick to the copper more than it wants to stick to these metal parts. And we'll add a lot of flux to encourage that behavior as well. So let's get in there and see if we can encourage any of that solder to come up. We might have to hit it with the hot air gun, which I want to try to avoid because I don't want us to melt anything. But we might not have a choice if this doesn't work. I need to get some different tips for the Hako. Some thicker ones. Doesn't want to heat up. I think it's... The side ones actually look pretty decent. Might try hitting this with the Hako again, but on the side. And just try using it more as a heat source in a vacuum. So yeah, if we do have to, let's move that out of the way. If we do have to use the hot air gun, we'll definitely do it from this side, and hopefully we won't damage any of the plastic components, especially none of these that we're keeping. We want to make sure these don't get damaged. Let's see, how you heat that? You know what might actually work a little bit better than this? If we switch out to a better tip on our iron. Be able to deliver a lot more heat quicker. Turn off the Hako. Oh. Sure, there's no clogs. How's everybody hanging out in chat? Everybody doing okay today? Oh yeah, let's get a big wedge. Actually, no, I don't think I want to use the knife. I think I want to use this flat one. Alright, these tips are really hot, so I gotta be careful here. Alright, so let this guy heat up. And so because it's a big, thicker piece of metal with a big surface on it, that'll let us transfer more heat more quickly to the part, so that it liquefies that solder a lot quicker and a lot faster, and it might help it absorb into the wick a lot better. Because I was using a bit of a thin tip there. All right, let's go ahead and tin this with our solder, since it is the first time using this tip. It's a brand new tip. All right. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, that guy's in there. Actually, you know what? I can see a little bit of solder poking through the other side. I think, yeah, we're going to have to hit this with a heat gun, unfortunately. Hey, Bartini, welcome in, first-time chatter. Hope you're having a wonderful day today. We're doing some mods to a Sega 32X right now. And when we're done with this, we'll be working on a Sega CD. Should really use my extractor. All right, let's see. Let's start with... Aw, thank you so much, Dr. CD, for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome to the collective. You can collect your security badge on the 3rd floor, 2 doors down from the mecha hangar. Good. Doing pretty well. Well, actually, how have I been? I've been pretty miserable, if I'm being honest. I've been really sick last 3 weeks. But things are getting better, so we're on the mend, and we're about to celebrate 2 years of streaming, so all things considered, I think we're doing really well. We practiced riding an electric bike today. That's awesome. Electric bikes seem really fun. I kind of want to get a 1-wheel, but I'm sure I would just totally eat it on a 1-wheel. One of those thumb-controlled ones, or does it apply power when you... Oh, to the pedal. Yeah, yeah. I like the ones that apply power when you use the pedals. Hey, don't worry about it. Yeah, working weekends is the worst. Absolutely the worst. Yeah, we'll have to find another event to meet up at. I'm sure there'll be plenty more opportunities. Oh, come on. I can see the solder getting shiny. Just a little. Come on. Ah, got it. Haha. And I don't think we managed to melt anything. Yeah, you can see how far the solder had went up the pins. That wasn't coming out with wick. That was that. Yeah, we had to use the use our hot air gun there. Yeah, working weekends is the pit, so don't worry about it. I was just telling chat we're going to be celebrating our 2-year anniversary of streaming on Thursday. Doing a 16-hour long stream starting at 9 a.m. Central Time. It's going to be pretty amazing. I'll be honest though, I'm a little nervous. I haven't done a really long marathon stream since what? Since we didn't we do a marathon at Halloween? When was the last time we did a marathon stream? I don't remember. All right, we got our let's go back to our normal tip we use. Trying not to burn ourselves. By the way, chat, you should always wait until your soldering iron and tips are 100% cool before switching them out. All right, so we'll clean these little pads up, and if you remember, our outsides are brown, so we actually only need to use one, so we could leave that one as is. Actually, it looked pretty clean. Yeah, we can just leave those as is. One thing I want to check though, I want to make sure we're gonna need the microscope to do this, but I want to make sure these pads are actually labeled correctly. They're not just. I don't want to rely on the colors. So I've got a USB power management block here. USB-C cable. This cable supposedly can handle up to 40 volts. Or 60 volts, something like that. Be kind of very silly. Way more than we need. So in its current configuration, this should be outputting 12 volts. So let's plug it in. There we go. Little blue light. That's a good sign. All right, so that should be our negative. And that should be positive. And so we should be getting... Oh, it's outputting 9.26 volts. Is it already set to 9 volts? No, it's set to 12 volts. That's interesting. Here, let's try a different... What? Huh. That's weird. Let's try that other one. So this should also be set to, let's see, this is 5 volts right now. So let's do positive should be this one. Negative should be this one. Let's see, I want to do it so you guys can see too. The heck? Oh, there it goes. Oh, so this is... Oh, that's ground. I'm dumb. Now it should be 9 volts. Okay. 12 volts. Oh, interesting. Is our charger not able to deliver higher than 9 volts? That's curious. Oh, it does 20 watts. So wait, what's 20 watts at 9 volts at 20 watts is 3 amps? And it says it can do 3.1 amps, so... I guess that's what it's doing. I guess it's doing, yeah, it's doing 20 watts at, 20 watts. 9 volts at 3 amps. Which, 2.2 amps? Yeah, which, I mean, our system only needs like 1 amp for the CD and 0.85 amps for the 32X, so I'm pretty sure this can handle that. But let's make sure it's not 20 watts total for the whole thing. Let me get a second one of these boards. Set it to 9 volts and another cable. Which I happen to have. The trigger board's probably asking for the max amount of amps it can get at 9 volts. So that's probably why it's not going to send that to the device until the device asks for it. You know, because it only draws as much amperage as it needs. Let's plug this one in. Well, that's a problem. Aw, thank you for the hydrate, Mario. Woo. Oh, that feels good. So I don't know if you see the flashing, chat, but that means that it's not able to do 9 volts at both of these at the same time. This little stinker can only do a total of 20 watts for the whole thing, I guess. Well, that's lame. Well, that puts us in a bit of a pickle. That means I need to get, find a second one of these somewhere in my house, or get a better USB-C power delivery Dewey Hingle. Dewey Madangle? doohickey thingy. So I think I'll probably have to get another doohickey thingy. But let's wrap these USB-C cables and get them out of my way for now. I do have another one of these somewhere. I'll try to find it during I'll try to find the other one of these that I have. I have 2 of them. I'll try to find the other one I have during the break. And for now, we're going to throw these guys in our bag here. Now we are going to use our smaller one for the actual mod. And as part of that, we need to knock it down a little as far as size. Or sorry, not knock it down in size. We do have to clip these, but we'll do that in a second. We're going to need the microscope in order to set that variable to... well, I'll show you when I get it onto the microscope view. Come on, there we go. Come on, microscope. Show up for chat. Come on now. What the hey? Microscope did say no. Let me try this again. Come on, microscope. Ah, I gotta tell my bot to stop spamming stop when I go to the microscope view. Check something, chat. Actually, you know what? We're about to go on ad break, so let's go get a head start on that ad break, and I'm gonna play with this off camera. Be back in about jiggle the wire. I was jiggling the wire. We'll be back in 3 minutes after the ads play, chat. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more mods to do. See you soon. Hey chat, we're back. So, got the microscope working. Sorry it took a little extra time. Turned out the cable had come unplugged underneath my couch, so I had to move my whole couch, fish the cables out, reattach everything. It was a big mess. So give me like a second here. I can catch my breath and also like move stuff. Okay, here we go. We're back. All right. So here's what I was talking about. So using these solder points, you can choose what output the board does. And so we're going to tell this board it needs to do 9 volts, not 12. Oh, did it not stop automatically? Did the bot not stop it when we switched back to this view? Let me get a little wick on that. There we go. And then we will add a little bit of solder here. Switch that to that. I hate doing like a little solder bridge here. Feels so janky. Let's do a giant solder. Oh man, look at that. That's way too much solder. That's a solder mountain. Let's shave that down. Let me use sharper surface nibs. There we go. Good enough. I just don't want a sharp bit sticking up. Alright, so that gets us to 9 volts. So this is only going to try to use 9 volts. So now that we went through all that trouble, we can say goodbye to our microscope. That's all we needed it for. And we're going to want to shrink wrap this. But first, I want to separate these wires and make them a little shorter. Because we're going to put this here on the board itself. And I don't need these wires to be so long. They're also kind of a little thick. This one only needs to go to there. And this one just needs to go to there. It's only about halfway. Let's clip them here. We can always clip more if that ends up being too much. As I clip through my finger. Hey, Royce, what's going on? Yeah, Dr. DC, it's a little solder mountain. I agree. How you doing, Royce? Welcome in. Welcome in. You know, your buddy Trek came in, asked for a first. Excuse me, asked for a first redeem, and then never came back to use it. I'm a little sad. It's a plateau now. Hey, plateau is much better. All right, so we got our wires ready to go. So I'm gonna get the little shrink. So I got a little multi-pack of shrinks. Let's find one that's just large enough for these guys, but not too large. Too big. Oh, big. Are these all the same size? Now we should have some 8s and 6s in here. Which one of you are the 8s and 6s? Too small. Ah, this one looks like it's gonna work. Yeah, that's perfect. Here's one of these. I suddenly find myself, like, overwhelmed with junk on our desk here. Oh, is it gonna fit, or is it gonna be just a little too big? Be a little too big. Let's see if we got another one that's just slightly wider. Yeah, maybe the blue ones will work better. Let's try them. Of course, this little box is janky. The blue's a little too big, I think. Go back to the red one. And let's cut it in half. Go. We'll slide the nice straight side over the back first, and then we'll come up over. Not gonna work. Where's my... Where? Yeah, the issue is, like, if the shrink's too big on the backside, it's not gonna shrink down to, you know, fit over him. There we go. Make sure plenty of clearance for our connectors. All right, looks good. Let's get the heat gun out on our lowest settings. We'll just hit this with a heat gun to shrink it up. The reason we're doing this is so it doesn't short anything out. So I don't want this board causing any problems, especially because it's got power delivery stuff on it. I don't want it to get shorted. I don't want to short anything else out. So this is probably a little extra precaution. It's not necessary, but I'm doing it anyways. That one over there, we'll use that for the other one for the Sega CD when we get to it. All right, so on to soldering. This should be easy. We'll just solder that guy there, put this guy in that one, and then we'll push this in place and get it all hooked up. Those wires out of the way so we don't get them confused with anything. Straightforward. Although the negative terminal is going to be a little difficult. We've got to fit it through a much smaller little hole there. In fact, let's do that one first. All right, well, let's clear the hole out after all. Darn it. But we would get away with just sticking it through. Use our wick to pull the solder's left in there out. Remember, fast is slow, slow is fast. Okay, there we go. That hole is nice and clear now. So we can stick this through. And we can just tack it down on the other side. Gotta get ourselves a little bit of solder. All right, don't need much, just enough to keep it in place. And then we'll come back over it once it's not wiggling around. Same with this guy. All right, cool. Now those are in place. We'll properly solder them down. Nice. Easy. So now we should have Hey, welcome, Petroleum Taco. Oh, what a cool name. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Raiders. I am Retro VT, Retro VTuber, your one-stop shop on twitch.tv for retro gaming content and Gundams. Welcome in. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. It's a taco raid. What we cooking here? We are working on a Sega 32X. We're swapping out the barrel jack for a USB-C connector so that we can power our Sega 32X with USB-C, assuming your charger you're plugged into can supply at least 1 amp and 9 volts. And then, after we're done with that, we're going to build a little S-Video module. Oh, excuse me. We'll build a little S-Video module and attach that on here too, so that we can have S-Video output instead of just composite or RGB. So let's give this a test fit. Oh, how does this go back together? That goes there. This goes here. And this goes through it. Yeah, there we go. What were y'all up to tonight? Tempered Taco and friends. The taco elite. Or not tempered taco. Tempered type. Petroleum Taco. Jeez Louise. My brain is like, let's just mix Chatter's names together. That's how you do it. Total professional here. We were gonna play some AI voice thing, but it was working or wasn't working. All right, why is this not going back together? Something's not seating right. Hold on. Back this out. Come on. Well, something snagged. There we go. That's all. I actually should have given myself a little more slack than I did. And I need to clip this bits hanging down here. Ironically, chat, I actually should have. I actually didn't give myself enough slack there. Darn. Watch some vids and unhinged clips from a show called what? Oh, that scrolled by too fast. Secretly Pregnant. Oh, that does sound unhinged. What is that all about? Do we even want to ask? Oh, I think I had the RF shield on upside down. Yep, that's what I did. This might still work. Let's see how it fits. Oh, that's a little tight. I mean, that's pretty much right on the money. It is a little tight. I might, yeah. Come on. I'm gonna give myself a little more slack here. I'm gonna melt the solder here on the ground connector and let it slip out a little bit. Okay, that's better. That extra 1 millimeter made all the difference. All right, we're gonna need to make some wait, they were coworkers? Wait, what? Total trash tier TV. Hiding her pregnancy from her parents and her boss? Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh, wow. What a wild show. Like, who makes TV out of that? That seems inappropriate. Like, why would you agree to be on TV? Doing all that. That has to be staged, though. I mean, there's no way. I just can't believe that that's not staged somehow. That's just too crazy. People are crazy, but not that out there. $40 and $19. Oh my gosh. What to say? Wow, now I've completely forgot what I was trying to do. Oh, I need the drill bits. Although, actually, I probably don't need the drill bits. I could... Oh, do I even have a drill bit big enough for that? Chat, can you hold on for a second? Entertain yourselves talking about secret pregnancy for just a minute. I'm gonna go get a box of drill bits. Hey chat, I'm back. Got the drill bits. Oh, where are my headphones? Oh no, I didn't leave my headphones downstairs, did I? Nope, nope, found them. There they are. Yeah, I don't act... You know, I need bigger drill bits. This 1/4 drill bit is definitely not big enough. I mean, I have hole bits, but those are, like, really big and made for wood. Yeah, I need to get one of those bits that like is like stepped. Let's see, is 1/4 gonna be big enough for the video connector? Oh yeah, not even close. I mean, it'll get us started. Oh, we're gonna have to go back to. Oh, we'll have to use our the files. I need to buy myself better drill bits. How often do you need something bigger than 1/4? A lot more than you would realize. And it's almost always when I'm doing stuff on stream. I always find myself drilling large holes on stream. Let's use this one. Yeah. We'll do is we'll make this wider, so that the USB-C port can be accommodated better. Where did I put those USB-C cables? So it doesn't have to go all the way through, but it definitely has to get. Yeah, okay. Squeak, 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 squeak. Very squeaky. As good as factory. That's right, chat. That's as good as factory. All right. No, it's definitely not. Yeah, this outside part needs to be widened too. All right, well, here, let's move the RF shield out of there. Squeak, 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 squeak. Homie's got a lab. A little bit of a lab. You can't hear the squeaking? Oh, good. Lucky you. Oh, I'm sorry. Try not to let the squeaks come through by talking over them, because I think it'll mute them if I'm talking at the same time. Or it could be having the opposite effect and they come through because I'm talking. Let's see. What's worse, when I'm talking and I'm squeaking, or when I'm not squeaking and I'm talking? Because if I'm talking and it's cutting out the noise, then I'm going to keep talking as I do this. But if talking makes the noise worse, I'm going to stop talking when I do this. But chat, you're going to have to tell me, because I can't tell on my end. Because I don't hear what's getting processed through that. It's not even loud squeaks, just a slightly high-pitched. Alright, well that's not the worst, but... let's see how well this works now. Hey! It's a tight fit, but it's a fit. Let's make that not such a tight fit. Let's make that a little bigger. Also, let's there's some parts we need to flatten out a bit here on the sides. You know, it's not the prettiest mod, physical mod, but you know, it's on the back of the system and it's black, so no one's gonna notice, right? It's fine. You don't need it to be in focus, chat. All right, now the part I hate the most. Hot glue. Chad knows how much I hate hot glue. Especially because I can never find a really good hot glue gun. You gotta epoxy the porthole. You know, I do have epoxy, but nah. I'm gonna hot glue the board down and call it good. Let's see, is the Hako cool? We're not gonna need it for the rest of the night, so I'm gonna go ahead and put it away while the hot glue heats up. But yeah, speaking of labs, I would really love to have like a separate space that's just dedicated to my tools and my lab equipment and stuff. Like to actually have like a real like lab to do this kind of stuff in, like a hardware lab, you know? Maybe if I become a big streamer one day, I can rent a space and just move all my tools and things to it. How many $1 patrons would I need like to do something like that, like 500 minimum. Because yeah, that'd be what, $500 a month. Rent like a tiny industrial space. Well, that probably wouldn't even be enough. It'd probably like a couple thousand. Jeez. Oh yeah, I have everything scattered across my house. Absolutely. That's 100% what it is. All right, just so I can make sure I get this position right, I'm gonna put it back together so that I can line it up when I glue it. In fact, you know what I probably should do? I should just go and glue the whole, or not glue. I should put in a couple of the screws. Oh my god, this is so finicky. Oh, the little riser got out of place. But yeah, I'm gonna screw everything down. At least a couple of screws. So that way, wait, is that not the right? Oh, that's the wrong screw. Wait, where did these long ones go? I thought the long ones went into here. Wait, where did these two long ones go? Oh, they go here in the cartridge slot. Doop. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. One there. This short one here. There we go. All right, so now that we got this all ready to go. Oh, of course our glue wasn't pushed in all the way. But the port should be hot now. The chambers, yeah, it's pretty hot. What I'll do is I'll put the glue down, I'll line this up and plug it in. And so that way we can make sure it's at the right height and position. And so I'll see, is there glue coming out? All right, there's glue. Just a good glob of it. Just let that harden. Give it a little chemical assistance there. We can add some more just to make sure. doesn't go anywhere. Might be a little overkill, but I don't want this port coming loose. And since we have no way to, you know... Am I out? There we go. Now does it pass the wiggle test? And we still gotta let the glue harden, so probably not. I don't know. We should make sure the cartridge clears still. Oh yeah. Plenty of room for the cartridges to go in. That is so much hot glue. Alright, we can probably remove the thing there. Alright, there's our mod for the USB-C. Not too bad. Not too bad if I do say so myself. It's definitely not the most professional looking mod. I mean, it's kind of hard to, you know, it can't, kind of hard to mount it in there any other way than with the hot glue. Here, let me move this so you can actually see it. But, you know, see how high it has to sit off the board. But we can set that aside. Let's go ahead and take the board back out so we can move on to the S-Video mod. And in fact, actually, before I do that, let's let this sit. Before I take all the screws out, let's just sit there and give the glue as much opportunity as we can to harden. And looks solid. Thank you. Hey, if it works, yeah, exactly. And it's for my own personal use. I wouldn't do this as like I'm gonna send this to someone or would sell this as a product. This is just for my own personal use, and I know what the limitations of it are, and if it's gonna like crap out or not. I know where it's gonna crap out. So, but speaking of crapping out, let's see. So we've got our little transistor. So this should be used to boost the Luma signal, I think. Oh, I had the schematics up. Let me double check. I did a lot of, I've done a lot of these mods before, but I always have to recheck my math. Yeah, this is needed for the, Luma. So, let's see. The collector needs 5 volts. The base needs the Luma signal, I believe. Yes. The collector pin needs our 5 volt. The base pin is our Luma signal. And the emitter is our output. So, that's easy enough. I'll just put these 3 in our little board. Actually, we can just go 1 over. Or Actually, yeah, let's put this in the center-ish. Well, do I want to put it sideways? And then I can run the connections to the bottom. Yeah, and then we can solder the wires to there. And they'll make a connection underneath the board there. And then we're gonna need one of these resistors. I believe it's this one. This is should be a 33 ohm resistor. Double check. $33. 37.5 is close enough. Oh, well, we get an ad break soon. All right, so this is gonna go here to solder those together. Do that first. Keep those in the way, or keep those out of the way. Actually, I'll probably do that way, so the 5 volts not close to our in there for our signal. That down. There, just so it stays in place. That excess, get rid of that excess. And this one's going out to our signal. Just tack that down right there. And we'll connect the wire to here. It'll go out to our this video port. Put our 5 volt in there, our Luma in there, and our Chroma. Chroma's gonna be, is it positive towards the chip? Let me double check. So we've got a 220 microfarad capacitor. That needs to go, I think, positive towards the chip. No, negative towards the chip. Wait, no, it's positive toward the chip. Yeah, positive toward the chip, negative towards the jack. So And if we want to make this a little bit, we could solder this in sideways so it lays flat. We can get a little bit more clearance here. Oh, 17 seconds till the break. Oh no! All right, we'll finish putting this together. We come back from break, chat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 3 minutes. And we'll do some more soldering and mudding. I'm just gonna tack this down. Don't go anywhere, chat. Well, unless it's to get a snack and use the bathroom. Then definitely go do those things. See you in a bit. Hey, chat, welcome back. That was a fast commercial. I guess it went way faster than I thought it was going to. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm just getting some wires ready because we're going to need to start attaching our Luma, Chroma, and power. We're going to use yellow for Luma. We're going to use white for Chroma. And red for our 5 volts. Probably a little more than we need, but I got lots of this stuff. Alright, let's continue. Oh, I should zoom in some. Also, is this thing cool yet? No. Jesus. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do, put my other resistor, which is for our this should be 75, which we'll just double check it just to make sure. 75 ohms. 74.8, not bad, pretty close. Let's keep soldering. So we're going to attach that leg of our capacitor to our resistor. And we're going to put that resistor, lock it down. All right, so got most of our components ready to go. I'll probably cut the board right here when we get to that step. But for now, I'll double check my calculate or my schematics here. So negative leg's going to our 75 ohm resistor, which is going to go to our chroma. So this line here needs to be our white cable, or white wire. Put the wire in there. A little solder on our tip. Hold it in place. All right. Okay. And then this one's going to be our Luma, so we need our yellow wire. Ourselves a little solder on here to tack it down. All right, go back and really attach it. Okay, looking good. Need this. Solder just hanging out. All right, and this is our... Oh, actually, chat, I just noticed I made a mistake. That's going into the collector, which needs to be... That's the red wire. That's our 5 volts. Oops, thought I caught that. When I got that hole all gunked up, I'm gonna get this through there. All right, that's in there. All right, now we need our yellow cable, or wire. It's like working on an Arduino breadboard. Yeah, it's just, yeah, these are little project boards. I like these little project boards. I've used them several times on stream. They're nice. I have a couple breadboards we tried using. I don't know, they didn't work out too well. So I just started using these little DIY project boards instead. Uh-oh, the wire came out a little. Oh no. Alright, now let's get them nice and attached up together. All right, that should do. All right, got yellow going to the base. Oh. We've got our white going to our capacitor's positive, and the negative is going to our resistor, which is going out to we're gonna need another white wire. Again, way too much, but I don't really want to mess with it too much. We're running up short. I'd rather just waste a little wire than have issues. You can always cut excess off. You can't really add anything. All right. Let's chop our excess off. I feel like our camera's like pointed way too up high. There you go, chat. Hope that's a little better. Alistair Morningstar, welcome in. We're making an S-video module for a Sega 32X, which we just modified to have USB-C power instead of your normal barrel plug. We're just finishing up this little module board I'm making. We're gonna add that into the system, and then we're gonna see if everything works together. Gonna eat dinner? Please enjoy. What are you having, if you don't mind us asking? Tack that in place. Come back and... A cheeseburger? Heck yeah, I had a cheeseburger for dinner today. Uh-oh. Yeah, there we go. My dad cooked out next door, and when I got off work, I went over and took a couple. Heck yeah. That's awesome. Alright, I think that's all of our wires for our mod board module. So let's cut off the excess. Get my beat up snips for this part. Go. Use that board for something else later. All right. So we're gonna need to connect these to our chip. Oh, but you know what? We also need. We're gonna need to switch to our microscope here to do the next step, because we're gonna need to connect these chippies. Not chippies, these wires to our chip. Microscope view, go! Hopefully it cooperates first try this time around. Oh, microscope. No, microscope. Aw, thank you for the follow, Alistair Morningstar. Come on, microscope. Oh, microscope. Yay! Hey, microscope's back. Hello. All right, let me pull the board of the 32X out of its housing. All right, here we go. And here's our chip. There we are. Hello, chip. All right. Here's our 0 ohm resistor we need to get rid of. So, let's get some flux on it. And just get in there with some heat and knock that bad boy off with our iron. Our iron's desperate need of some tinning. Broke rule number 1, Chad. I didn't tin my tip. I'm always telling you to tin your tip. Here I am, not tinning my tip. Oh, I just gotta take it right to the face. I need the smaller. Oh, I moved it and then moved it right back into place. All right. Get off my iron, you little bugger. Got it, chat. What was that redeem? Oh, posture check from Galley Sprout. Hello, Galley Sprout. Oh, what timing on that posture check. Trying to give me a heart attack. All right, so what we're gonna do next is we need to connect one wire here and one wire here to this capacitor. And this should get our chroma and our luma. And I'm going to double check that, make sure I'm right, that it is chroma and luma. Don't want to hook up the wires to the wrong places. All right, let's see. All right, let's see. Small piece of breadboard. 5 volt to the collector. And the 0 ohm to the base. Okay, so I was correct. So that's gonna be this guy. So let's see, our mod's gonna probably sit in here like that on top of this. We'll probably glue it in place. Rabbit Kapton tape. Yeah, so we need these wires. These wires can really just be any length, so I will cut them. I don't know, that long and that long. All right. Oops. Okay. So our white wires, they're chroma. And so we're gonna need to connect our chroma wire here. Oh geez. I gave myself a little, pulled a little too much of the, insulation off. Let me trim that down some. Alright, so it's probably going to be the easier one of the two to connect. We should probably connect it this direction. Let me use tweezers. Tweezers is gonna make this easier. There we go. And our white wire, we're gonna have to do the same thing with, which actually I think I also get a little too much shielding. I'm gonna need to trim that down a bit too. Alright, tweezers. By the way, how are you tonight, Galley Sprout? Are you having a good evening? Oh, that might be a little too much. Might work. That's so tiny. All right, we're connected. Make sure that's clear. Yeah, if those touch, then that causes a lot of distortion in this video signal. So I'm actually gonna make sure that's very clear of that. There we go. That's better. That's nicer. Oh, let's tin our tip. Now, we were going to do a USB-C mod on the Sega CD, but I think for right now, since we don't have a USB power delivery brick that's going to work out for us, we can use both at the same time. We should get these little bits of solder off of here. I don't want any little bits shorting anything out. Oh yeah, we gotta connect the 5-volt. This one, we just got to connect to one of these capacitor legs. So let's add a little solder to that leg. Uh-oh. My lights went out for a second there. What's going on with the lights on my my microscope are like going in and out. I also noticed I kind of got some little bits of wire everywhere. All right, that's better. Make sure it's clear of any of these other connections. All right. That should get us most of the way there. Next, we're going to put the microscope away because that's all we needed that for. Oops. Hello again. All right, so got our board connected, and we'll wrap it in some Captain tape here in a second, and then we can just kind of put a piece of tape down and just right here probably just hold it in place, and then we'll connect these to our connector there once we get it in place. Let's do that. Unfortunately, I don't have shrink big enough to cover this whole mod board, but tape will do fine. Just want to again make sure it doesn't short out on anything. little bit more on that end. Make sure those pads don't touch anything. All right, that should keep us nice and protected. Little mod board will just fit right in there. Like I said, we'll just put a little piece of Captain tape, maybe on the wires, or maybe crossed here. Not sure, but it's nice and protected. All right, so we gotta position our mod board. So we're definitely gonna cut this piece off of our RF shield. That's just in our way. There we go. Get a little mangled. Oh, actually, you know what? I had way better snips for this in my drawer here. I didn't even realize. Yeah, it's a little jagged, but it should be fine. Well, I mean, if you have these here, I should at least attempt to round that off a little bit. Oh, that's much better. Okay, good. Not that big a deal. Okay. So I don't want to be like right about here in the curve. So maybe like here-ish in front of these two guys. So we need to get this connected here-ish. Oh, but that's a little dicey. It would go better here. But getting it to fit there is going to be a pain. This little visor just keeps popping off its little stand. There's like a little plastic spacer. It keeps the board off the RF shield. There we go. So if we put this here, I mean, we're gonna have to like blow away a lot of the back of the plastic. But we can't. I mean, we could get it to fit here. Actually, you know what? There is a lot of clearance there. As long as we make sure the back here doesn't touch anything. Yeah, I think that works. Make sure the lid fits. Oh, yeah, the lid's angled. So if it lays flat, it's going to push it. It's going to push it in. So it's probably not going to fit any further away than here, I'm betting. Oh, there's this little shield around. Oh, I didn't even think about this little thing. Oh, we're gonna have to modify that to get this to fit on that. Alright. Alright. So yeah, we're gonna have to cut this guy. I didn't even think about this. Yeah, we gotta cut this up. Aw, thank you for the hydrate, Alistair. Oh, where's my water? Aha! Cheers. Hey, welcome in, Cerulean. I was kind of lost in thought. I'm breaking a Sega 32X. We're running into a lot of unexpected little speed bumps here. But I'm thinking... I think we put it here. We drill holes here. We cut whatever we have to cut. Yeah, we just put this right back here behind this guy. What we're doing now is we're gonna scratch away this. Oh, actually, I want to take this out of this during this part. So we're gonna scratch away the solder mask so we have something to solder the port to. Just went and grabbed a water. Oh, nice. Yeah, cheers for sure. I'm gonna head to bed, but thank you for all the relaxing thing to eat to. You're welcome. Thank you so much for dropping by, Alistair. Hope you have a wonderful night. Aw, and thank you for head pats for my little buddy friend. I need to get like a fiberglass pen or something to do this with. Ah! Let's see. Solder you that. That means I need to... I wonder if shape would do better. Night of Ashton Roses. Ashen Roses? Night of Ashen Roses. Hi, welcome in. Hope you're having a great night. Back to follow? Well, thank you for coming back to drop the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to the collective. There are tasers on level 2. Standard issue. Be sure to grab yourself one on the way out. Alright, should have enough exposed copper to solder this down securely. I'm going to put some tape, a little more Capstone tape back there on those guys. Can't stay though? That's perfectly fine. Have yourself a wonderful evening. Appreciate you stopping by and hanging out. I don't think this would short out on these guys. They're ceramic, but I'm just gonna wrap them up just in case. Because you never know. Why risk shorting stuff out? There we go. Oh, thank you for the stretch, Kelly Sprout. Oh, not a lot tonight. Working at the bench, I actually have some pretty good posture. Hard to shrimp mode. Let's see how much solder we can load these up with now that I've... this side's not taking solder very well. I probably didn't scratch it well enough. Oh, that's much better. That's actually way better on the other side. Let's get the other side again. So the reason we're doing this, by the way, chat, is so basically to anchor the port in place, because we don't really have any way to connect it. And like I said, I could drill a hole through the board, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to risk like messing it up real bad. Because I mean, I'm pretty sure it's just a ground plane all the way through. But, you know, why take that risk, right? Oh yeah, that's much better. All right. Now, let's attach our Duamahiki. That is warm. There we go. That's on there good. Let's get some on this side. Hey, what's up, Prince? Everybody, look, it's Prince Aaron. Say hi, everybody. Oh, sick. I have the artist role. Yeah, you do. You made my stick figure, boyo. By the way, chat, Prince Aaron is also working on our new model. Doing a really great job, too. All right, check that out, chat. That looks pretty good. That should definitely hold it in place pretty well. It's a little crooked, but I think that's because of some of the solder points underneath it are a little raised up. These little dots around the where the RF shield touches and connects. So I think our next move is we need to do some modding to this cover so that yep. All right, looks like we need to take this bit out. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see your DMs, Aaron. I will definitely take a look when I'm off stream. Haha. That should do it. So now this should fit over. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and our other port fits nicely. So we need to mark where we need to drill that hole. Let me grab my drill. Zip, zip, zip. All right, so that's about there, I think. All right, get the hole started. I'm not gonna drill it with electronics inside. Don't be silly, chat. I just want to get the hole started so I can do this. Secret model, secret model. Wow, this plastic is tough. Or my drill bit's extremely dull. Or both. I guess I think my drill bit's probably dull. There we go. I'm gonna need to do a lot of cleaning. Luckily, I've got a vacuum cleaner right next to me. I was prepared. I was pretty sure we were gonna make a huge mess, so. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to make this hole bigger using our files. Because again, I don't have a drill bit big enough. Although, I'm gonna try something. I got this bit. I'm pretty confident that this countersink bit isn't gonna be able to cut the plastic. But, try. Wow, it actually mostly did the job. Oof. Oh, it stinks so bad. Oh my gosh. Oh. Definitely need to get better bits, though. But this kind of worked. We'll just have to hand file the rest of it out, which we will do when we get back from our break. So, don't breathe plastic or its fumes. Yes. You're wearing PPE. Yes. Absolutely. Totally PPE. 100% PPE. But anyways, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hey chat, we're back. Hello. But yeah, don't worry, I do have PPE. I have a vent hood thingy. And also when I'm doing anything with lacquer paints or anything with paint fumes or anything, I have an extraction hood, like a big extraction hood. Actually, I posted a picture of it on our Discord. And I also have like a full wraparound face mask. So yeah, I have plenty of PPE. Where I'm working right now, there's enough of a breeze. I'm not inhaling any of these fumes. So don't worry about me, chat. I'm taking all the necessary precautions. My shirt is green screened. It is indeed. Gotta rig the new model to be able to cough solder fumes? No! That would be, I mean, that'd be real, but let's not do that. I vacuumed up a little bit. I didn't want to accidentally vacuum my screws, so I didn't do a ton of vacuuming. Just a little quick thing to get most of that debris out of here. Here's the outcome. Not the super prettiest pull over cut for a mod, but not the worst. It's round and it's in the correct position, so I'm pretty happy with it. Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, I guess now we can somewhat assemble. I want to get the bottom pieces put together. So we make sure everything lines up and fits nicely. And trim anything that's still out of place. And then we can connect the S-Video ports up. This little riser is always such a pain. This little spacer thing. It like bounces up when you plug everything in. Okay, there we go. Got it down. All right, let's screw this screw in. And put this screw in. Okay, that should hold things down while we finish up the mod here. So I'm going to tape this down right there. Where'd I move that capped on tape? Here it is. Oh, it's covered in plastic bits. All right. Now, I always forget which pin goes where on this video. Let's look it up. Okay, so we should have Luma here. So Luma's this pin, Chroma's this pin, and these are both ground pins. And those should be grounded to the board right now. Although I could run a separate ground from one of these caps just to make sure. That should be ground. Yeah, which one of these pins goes to what? All right. Let's get a multimeter out. Cover still shiny and intact. 10 out of 10. Thank you, Tempered Tide. I appreciate that. All right, let's see. Whoops, wrong mode. Beep. Beep. These two must be our grounds. Oops. All right. All right. The shielding and everything is grounded straight to the main case, but these grounds aren't grounded at all. So let's fix that. Let's find a suitable ground pin. thinking one of these outside pins on one of these capacitors could be a good ground to use for the video signal. Make sure it's on ground, actually. I could steal that one. Yeah. Seems good to me. Need a little bit of black wire for ground. It's gonna be fun testing all this stuff. We'll probably just test out the 32X by itself. Alright, I'm gonna try something. I don't know if it's gonna work, but we're gonna try it. Alarm telling me I should probably go to bed. Can't tell me what to do, alarm. Alright, I've kind of split this in the middle here. So we can kind of attach it like that. Try that. Our solder over here. Tin that up a little bit. Add some flux to the part here. And let's see if I can get... Oh, I think I got it to stick. Let's get that other one in place. All right, nice. And let's get a little solder up in here. Flux to help us out. There we go. Perfect. We got our ground connected. And now we need to do our chroma and luma. Which, if we go back to our chroma luma. So our white wire needs to go over here, and the yellow wire over here. That works out really well. We can get them that there. Tweezers. A little flux. Oh no, soldered it to the... That's not right. That's not the pin. Soldered it to the ground plane. Needs more solder. Oh no. Soldering onto these little connectors is always so hard. Nice, got it. All right, just got to get this one in place, and we are good to go. We're almost there, chat. Thanks for sticking with me. I know it's late, but I think we should be able to do a test here in just a few minutes and see the fruits of our work. Oh. I think we got it, chat. Let's hit our tip. And make sure everything closes up okay, and we might be able to go do a test. Yeah, that looks like successful mods. Gotta make sure the top RF goes over well. Yeah, I had a feeling we might have a conflict right there. That's too bad. All right, let's oops. I'm gonna mod this the RF shield a bit more. I don't know if these wire cutters are gonna do it. Let's use our beat up snips. There we go. Haha. Success. Poor RF shield. I've seen better days. I really need to keep my Dremel nearby. But dremeling these thin little pieces of metal also is kind of dicey. This has got to be probably my least favorite part. Lost in Pixelation, what mod did you install in this? An S-Video output and USB-C power. I'm just trying to finish off the physical bit of the case modding. This poor mangled thing. It'll good as new. Huh. Oh, of course. we running into problems? There we go. But that's touching up at the top there. So close to getting that to fit. Yeah, it looks like this top part's just got to go entirely. Probably not going to make that the most structurally sound piece of equipment, but you know, we do what we can. Still want this making good contact, so we are actually getting the shielding. So I do want that contacting that there. That not laying down well, though. Oh, I see. There's a mangled bit at the bottom here. Mangled bit. Chat, can you believe it? I left a mangled bit of metal hanging out down here. Shock. Shocked. Absolutely shocked. Man, someone's gonna take this apart years from now and be like, what in the Sam Hill did this poor thing go through? I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, considering how much we absolutely mangled this poor thing, I think that's pretty decent. Just got to get all the screws in. Ah! We have been jumped by Itsumi. Hey, Itsumi. Doing? Hope you're doing very well. We're hopefully putting the finishing touches on this mod, and we'll be able to test it here soon. I'm actually very excited to see how well we did with everything. Playing Warframe? Warframe is that game with the ninjas in space that I always try to describe to people. I'm like, oh, what's that game, that free-to-play game with the ninjas in space? And people are like, what? I'm like, no, they're like flesh ninjas. And then people really think I'm weird. And then when my brain finally It's like, oh yeah, it's called Warframe. If you're like, oh, that game. I'm like, how did you not remember the Flesh Ninja game? That's a very, very specific, like, look that game has. You know what I mean? Like, it's not every game in the world that has Flesh Ninjas. Flesh Ninjas? Yes, you heard that right, Tempered. More accurately, they're flesh power armors. Okay, they're ninjas. They're Guyvers. If you know the old anime, they're Guyvers. Alright, all that's in solid. Before I put the rest of this together, chat, I actually think we should test it. I think we should use this opportunity to test this, make sure this works before we go any further. Before I like plug everything up. So, I'm gonna go put us on. I'm gonna switch us over to the console view. I'm gonna switch us over to BRV. Then I'm gonna switch over to the console stuff, and then we're gonna see how well we did. BRB chat, wish me luck. Hello, chat. Can y'all hear me okay? Still getting set up a little bit. You should see no signal, because I haven't turned anything on yet. I haven't even turned on the retro tank, actually. Let me do that. Okay, switch to the Sega profile. All right. Here we go, chat. Oh, I'm gonna plug in a controller. All right, here we go. This mic makes my voice higher? This is the same microphone. Through the same cables. Wait, what? I confused. Yeah, this... Oh, wait. No, I don't have any of the... Maybe it's psychological? I don't know. Alright, anyways. Let's try firing up the Genesis with the 32X installed. No magic smoke. No magic smoke. No video output, though. Oop. Sync looks a bit off. The colors are nice. I wonder, because I'm not getting anything on the TV. Interesting. Where could we have gone wrong? I'm trying to think. Could it be the cartridge? Nope. Okay. Let me pull out the 32X and hook up the Genesis on its own. Oh, the Genesis on its own works. So 32X plugged in, but no video going to it, or coming out of it. It's still plugged into the Genesis. Hooked up to 32X, nothing. Man. Yeah, we're getting audio. It's trying to do something. I wonder if I got the schematics wrong and I've somehow crossed the Luma and Chroma on the connector. It's possible. Let me make sure that the 32X is working. I'm gonna, since I still have the normal AV out still connected, I'm gonna go ahead and plug that in. I only have composite, so I'll only be able to see this. Y'all won't be able to see it. But I'm gonna see if it works. Or if we've like borked it entirely. Oh, right, we disconnected that 0 ohm resistor. So the AV port actually won't work at all. Unless I bridge that connection. Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna head back over to the bench, chat. One moment. Hey, hey! Everybody hear me okay? Why is the BRB screen not switching? Let me refresh the stream. Maybe I'm out of sync. Oh, there we are. Yeah, no memory card. There we go. Hello. So, we've got a couple possibilities. One of our components is bad on our... Hello? One of our components on our little mod board is bad. It's possible. We wired something in wrong here. Or the information I found about this chip is incorrect. And I need to use a different pin for my either Chroma or Luma. But seems to be getting power okay. The power mod seems to be working good. Let me check a couple S-video things here. Check this Genesis S-video mod that I've done. Oh, you know what? We might need a completely different S-video circuit than what we've set up already. Let me go check something. We might actually not need all these other components because I was making some assumptions. But looking at the instructions I was reading on this forum someone made so long ago, they didn't have any capacitors or resistors. I don't think. Let me double check. But maybe adding the resistors and the capacitor screwed something up. Chroma can be direct, no caps or resistors from the 32X. Maybe that's our problem. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. So that's what we're gonna do. we are going to... We're going to leave our Luma here, but we might take out that resistor, I think. Yeah. I think we should remove the resistor. Go right to the collector. Or sorry, go directly to the emitter pin without the resistor. Well, let's do one thing at a time. Let's start with a chroma line. And let's bypass the cap and the resistor and everything. And we're just going to take this wire off. We're going to solder this wire directly to that wire and do another test. Or I say I'll go do a test. I don't want to make y'all wait for me to run back over there and set everything back up. But if it looks like it's going to work, I will come back and report. And then we'll do I'll go over and show you. All right, let's just... I'm like trying to peel this off. And I'm like, oh wait, I have scissors. I can just cut it free. Don't cut the leg of the capacitor. Oh no, we got a ad break coming up. Oh no. Alright, we're gonna leave that tape on the bottom though. Kind of help keep it a little insulated. While we're doing our testing. So I'm gonna desolder this white wire, desolder this white wire. We're just gonna go direct. Also, let me look up S-video port. How to wire money. No, S-video port. So from the front, it should be chroma, Luma. On the soldering side, which is this side, should be Luma, chroma. What? Okay, so this is telling me the exact opposite. Oh, that's the actual connector. Oh, that's the wire, not the connector. So the wire should actually be the opposite of the connector. B is Luma, 4 is chroma. So that should be... Which is which? So... pin on this side goes into the third pin on this side is Luma, which would plug into the... I think I got my Luma and chroma backwards. Let's try that. Let's just try swapping Luma and chroma. If that's all it is, chat, I'm gonna laugh. I'm also going to be very relieved. All right, let's. Oh, also, I need to put those down. I noticed when I took the S-Video plug out, it tried to rip the plastic out because the plastic is only held on in the back. And so I need to bend these tabs over to hold it in better. Okay. I'm gonna put you on BRB, chat. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go test this real quick, okay? Hey, chat. Yeah, no dice. That didn't make a difference either. Let's make sure we're actually getting where we think we're getting. Chat. You're gonna think I'm very silly. So this connector right here is supposed to go to this pin. It doesn't, it goes to this pin. I grounded both the Luma and Chroma pins. Good night, Aaron. I hope you have a wonderful evening. So while we're on our break, I'm gonna swap these pins around. Yeah, I deserve the silly, definitely. I'm gonna swap these pins around, and we'll see where we go after the break. Okay? Don't go anywhere, chat. We'll be right back in 3 minutes. Yeah, someone help Derulian. Why is the outside beeping? I don't think outside should be beeping. Why would outside be beeping? That's very ominous. Huh. Well, everyone keep an eye on Derulian's you know, keep them safe for a moment while I go and test our so I moved. See, that's the question. No, the only damage that happened is to my pride and my ego. So I moved our ground wires to the ground pins, these two, and then I moved Luma and Chroma to these two. Let me double check them actually one more time. Luma and Chroma still might not be correct. Not grounding or anything. Okay, so Luma and Chroma might still be reversed, but we'll cross that bridge in a second. I'm gonna go give this another quick test. Put y'all on BRB. Hold that thought, chat. Hello, chat. I'm back. No better than before. So I'm gonna try switching our Luma Chroma back to where they originally were. And assuming my first set of diagrams I saw on the modding Sega modding forums were correct, and that other source I was looking at was incorrect. Now we still haven't tried what the person was suggesting with putting the white wire directly through without any this yellow wire is our Luma, right? And that's our Chroma. Here's the pin out of those chips, of this chip. Y out should be Luma out. So this one, pin 22, is the one going from to that 0 ohm resistor, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Chad, I think I mixed up the yellow and white wires. The white wire is Chroma. Chroma has to go to the capacitor. Ay. Okay. Oh my gosh, Chad, how am I this, like, how am I so silly? Microscope time. I don't know if this is gonna help. Oh, it's... Oh, this is a really awkward... Yeah, okay. Why is my tip not transferring heat very well? Let me add a bunch of solder to it and clean it up a bit. There we go, that's better. All right. So I need to get something that can hold this in place for me. Go, helping hands. Hold this for me, if you would, please. It's slowly sliding off camera. I'm gonna trim that up a bit so it's not sticking out so far. I can make it solder that down a bit better. Oh no. I think that capacitor's dead. Uh-oh. I think we killed that capacitor, chat. Oh no. We might have a new problem on our hands. All right, chat. I'm gonna... Debris. All right, so if that capacitor's baked, I'm gonna have to look up the schematics and see what the values of that capacitor are. Ugh. How about, oh, you know what it could be, Cerulean? I think, based on what Wireball's saying, it could be like a, yeah, like a communication cabinet for like a phone system or broadband internet or something. That's, yeah, their UPS is dead, and that could be beeping. That's a really good thought, Wireball. All right, I'm gonna go try this again, chat. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Chat, I'm back. Chat, I'm back, and I have some good news. So, I put this away. So, this capacitor, the surface mount capacitor here, only the bottom of it is cooked, or only top part of it was cooked. The bottom's still making a really good connection, but just in case, I moved the chroma line to this test point right behind the capacitor. And the Luma's connected to where that 0 ohm resistor was connected. I returned these to their original orientation, this one on this side and that one on that side. But of course, we moved the grounds up here. Oh yeah, I should bend that one down too. I left all these components as is, didn't change any of the wiring. So what it looks like our mistake is I mixed up the Luma and Chroma on the board. For some reason, my brain swapped the colors around when we were hooking them up. And I thought the top pins were the signal pins, and the bottom pins were the ground pins, but I'm working, this entire thing's upside down because I'm working with it, upside down. Also, is that making a good hold still? Yeah, it's doing good. I might hit that with some hot glue too, just for some extra support. But I don't want to get hot glue inside the port or anything. So I think we're safe to take this back up. At this point, I don't even think I need to wrap the tape around it. I might put one piece. One piece around it just to make sure that that doesn't peel away, but I think we're just gonna tape it down and call it good. Right, and then we'll do one more to keep it down on the board. No, we're not going to use masking tape. Oh, you're talking about for this guy. To mask off the glue, keep the glue from getting on it or anything. Yeah, maybe. You know what? Because I don't like it rubbing against those capacitors, the ends there, those little metal ends, where we cut board. So I'll get another piece to tape the board down. There we go. All right, our mod board's in place. I think it's time we close everything up and then give it one final test, chat. Thanks for hanging out and watching me struggle. Always fun struggling. You know how much I love to struggle. Because of silly, easily preventable errors. Yeah, we hit 400! We hit 400 followers! Thanks, Lost in Pixelation. You're our 400th follower. Welcome to the collective. Be sure to pick up your special 400th member badge at security on floor 3. I wish I wasn't so tired, or I would do something to better celebrate. But yeah, we're at 400 followers, guys. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I'm so excited. Hooray! And we get to do that while we also have a victory here with actually getting the mod working. Or at least I'm pretty sure we got it working. I'm gonna tin this tip. Clean it off. Put it away. Alright, let's get this mangled shield on. There we go. All right, let's get some screws on. All right. I'm so excited to get this project done. I really wanted to work on the Sega CD as well, but I mean, this was definitely a really good proof of concept for the mod. So maybe that's something we can work on during celebrations on Thursday. Or we'll do it on Saturday. Assuming I don't need to take a break on Saturday. Just a heads up, if depending on how tired I get on Thursday's stream, we might skip Saturday's stream. But we still also need to finish our RX-78 perfect grade. I'm excited to get that guy done. He's been staring at me. Being like, when are you gonna finish putting my armor on? I only got like 3 steps left. Like, we really did stop like right at the end. He was so close to being finished. Four hundred followers. I never thought we'd get 400 followers, man. That's wild. Thank you guys so much. I don't know what I do to deserve, like, y'all hanging out and you know, being awesome chatters and lurkers and supporters. But I'm really happy you guys are here. We'll have lots to celebrate on Thursday. I hope that lays flat. That is a little mangled still. Oh, I'm a good yapper. Aw. Aw, that's so kind. All right, let's make That looks good. The heat, the ARF shielding and grounding looks good. Let's get the top piece on. Are you madness? That's that's. Okay. This is fixable. This is fixable. This is fixable. This is a fixable situation. In the world. No need to panic. God, I said don't panic. Don't panic, chat. Don't panic. I feel like you're panicking, chat. Oh, we got this. All kidding aside, I mean, it's annoying, but it's a fixable problem. We just move the port over a little bit. It's soldered in place, so it'll be easy to move. We'll just have to redo our lines. And where we scratch the lines into the solder mask, we'll have to do that again. Where'd I put the top? Here we go. All right. We need to move it over like how far? Aw, Twinfinity, definitely go get yourself fixed up for bed. You don't have to stick around for this. Unless you want to. We won't stop you, but don't feel like you have to. Good thing you didn't glue it. Actually, that's a really good point. It is a good thing I didn't glue it. Although having soldered it, it seems the solder is doing. Ow! My fingers. Solder's doing a great job of holding in place. That solder that's doing its job very well. Definitely doesn't need glue. Have determined glue unnecessary. Oh, I can't get hot enough. Let's jump the heat up on the iron a bit. Oh, you put me on the TV? Aw. Thank you. That's very kind. Let's do this without melting plastic. All right, there we go. We need to clean up this solder here that's on these places where we took it off. And let's try our best not to melt any plastic. All right. Oh, come on. Clean it. Clean it. All right. That did a pretty good job. All right. Let's get scrapping. Hey, and if we ever mod another 32X, we have lots of experience making sure this doesn't happen again. That we learn from our mistakes, and the next 32X comes out even better. I need to lurk, but I shall continue to observe. Yeah, do what you need to do, Wireball. It is getting late after all. Okay, it's like super late. Oh my gosh, I actually probably need to go soon. I got plans in the morning. I gotta leave the house at 10 a.m. So I need to get to bed soon. Gotta here. And again, chat, I just want to emphasize, the only reason I'm doing this like this here is because these are ground. This is all like on the ground plane. And I definitely would not do this if it was anything but the ground plane. You don't want to just willy-nilly like scratch solder mask away and start soldering, you know, using it as like an anchor point. Like, this is definitely a very specific use case to do this. Let's see if we can get this nailed down. Okay, I'm gonna burn the crap out of my fingers unless I use some tweezers or something. Where did my tweezers go? Chat, did you see where I put my tweezers? I just had them when I was taking that part off. Oh, they're right here. One side, it's on there pretty well. Be able to get the other side. Hit it with some flux. Also, by the way, this is going to be a brittle join. Like, it's not going to be very structural. Like, it's better than, you know, some things, but it's definitely not a very good long-term solution, I guess. Because, like, it will eventually, like, the solder will get brittle and break eventually. You know, the more I plug and unplug and plug and unplug. But again, I'm doing this for me, not someone else. If I was doing this for someone else, I would come up with a better anchoring method. This is just sort of a quick and easy way for me to do it right here and now. There we go. Oops. Tin that tip. Let's test fit. You know what? It's not perfect, but you know what? That looks pretty good. I could try desoldering it again and moving it a bit, but I think that's gonna work. I think it's gonna work out. I may want to make the hole a little bigger in one way. I can see that the hole is kind of angled like this, so I need to kind of bring it in a little. Yeah, there we go. That should work. Yeah. Put this back together, chat, and then I'll meet you over there and we'll do a final test before we say goodnight. All right. Let's zip it up. What a wild adventure this mod has been. You know, one thing about this electric screwdriver that I wish was a little better is I wish the magnet, it was a little more magnetic. Like the iFixit, it's definitely got a lot of a lot more powerful magnet in the bit to grab the or in the bit vice, well, whatever place where you stick the bit in. There's like a, you know, a magnet, and the one in the iFixit screwdriver is definitely stronger, so it helps with, you know, screws that don't exactly like line up, and you gotta kind of wiggle them a little. Know what I mean, chat? But otherwise, I really like this electric screwdriver. Yeah, I wonder why they didn't use stronger magnets inside there. Yeah, like here would be a great place for it. Oh, I got the screw stuck in there. There we go. All right, lid. All right. Or actually, let me do it this way. Look at that, chat. Look at our victory. S-video and USB-C power. Heck yeah. Oh, that. There we go. Last screw. right. And we're done. Done, chat. It's all together. And ready to be used. Oh, and just in time for us to pack up and go. Alright, I'm gonna run us over there real quick to do a test. Don't go anywhere, chat. I'll be right back.
Hey, chat.
Almost ready to test this out. Y'all hear me okay? Hope so. All right. Let's get the retro tank turned back on. Let the retro tank boot up. Hit that snooze button. All right, get that on the Genesis profile. All right, let's pause our music. All right, chat, the moment of truth. Here we go. Bing! Boom! Just, ha ha! Ha ha! Oh, I want to yell and scream, but I don't want to wake people up. Oh my gosh. Oh, and it looks so good through the 32X. Oh, look how pretty it is. Oh, it's so clean. Oh, man. Okay, so one of the things that I really wanted to do, one of the reasons I wanted to get a 32X. Yay! Thank you for the confetti!
Oh, it won't show me who used that. Wireball. Yeah. Thanks, Wireball. But yeah, one of the reasons I wanted to use the 32X is not necessarily because I like the 32X games, although I do have Doom on 32X. And now I have a 32X, I'll have to add that category on the games list. I have a lot of stuff to do to get ready for Thursday, including update the make sure the games list is up to date, because we're gonna do like every hour I'm gonna spin a wheel, and whatever game it lands on, we're gonna play. So I gotta make sure all my controllers are charged up. I gotta make sure all my consoles are ready to go. But the 32X fixes a lot of those video problems we were having. You know, we made all those different modules and mods to our aw, thank you for the hydrate. I will I left my water bottle in the repairs area. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll have to go back for it. After we roll credits, I'll definitely not only drink it, but I'm gonna refill it and drink a lot of it. So thank you, Itsumi. But yeah, a lot of the visual artifacting and the jail bars. Remember, like, our main thing is we were trying to get rid of jail bars. And if you notice, the jail bars are no more. Like, check, like, they're gone. There are no jail bars. It is perfect. And I'll switch it back to the S video straight out of the Genesis, and you can see. Boop. I'll reboot it. Yeah, you see how there's like these little bars, these little lines in the color? Especially when there's like a solid blue background, you can really like see the little vertical lines. But if we switch back to the 32X, why am I angry? Happy face. Yeah, you see how the blue sky is just totally solid? There isn't like these kind of weird white lines. Yeah, we did it. We've solved the jail bars by getting a 32X and S video modding it. Yeah. This probably was a lot easier of a mod to do than all the other stuff we tried. But, I mean, we did get to design our own cool video chip replacement mod. And that video chip we put in there is still in use. It's actually what's outputting to the 32X. And then the 32X is remixing it with its own video encoder and then putting it back out. So we're still getting nice, good, clean signal thanks to that chip. So I'm still happy we did the other mods, but now we're in business for some really nice looking Genesis gaming action. Yeah. Oh, for some reason the video thing is like stuck on my screen. It's just like on there. Why is that there? Turn that off. Anyways, that's, yep, y'all don't need to worry about that. Oh, thank you for grabbing the snooze there, Wireball. Alright. Let's get to our end screen. Let's throw some end credits on the screen, and let's raid somebody. Yay, credits. Go, magic credits. Yeah, thank you so much. Lost in Pixelation, Night of Ash and Roses, Alistair, Morningstar, Dr. CD. Thank you all for joining the collective and getting us up to 400 followers. That was so cool. I really appreciate that. And thanks to everybody who hung out today and chatted, came by, said nice things, cheered us on. And thanks all the lurkers. You're all super important too, out there hanging out. You know, enjoying the show. You're all very important to me. But I'm fading fast. I gotta get out of here. And a huge thank you, by the way, to our wonderful moderation team, Wireball and Sparky Dinka. And also shout out to Kai, our main Discord mod. I never really say hi because you're never able to come to the streams because they're a bad time. But thank you so much for helping us with the Discord. Anyways, let's find that person to raid. Someone, Wireball, throw us a message. Throw us a raid message, if you would. All right, y'all. Don't wire your Chroma and Luma. Your Chroma and Luma. Your Chroma and Luma both to ground. All right, we are gonna go say hi to Flameheart. Or no, not Flameheart. That's what they're playing. They're playing. Or at least that's what their chat's called, but it's Orleans TV. We rated them from Archivist chat the other day. They seemed neat, so let's go say hi to them. All right, everybody, y'all have a wonderful night. Thanks again for 400, and be easy, and I'll see you Thursday for our stream anniversary. Bye, everybody. See ya. Have a great one. I'll see y'all later. You're all the best. Be good to yourselves. Bye.